Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for my bad sounding voice coming over. Well, up with a cold man flu. That's why, unfortunately, I wasn't able to be there today running the stream at the venue. So, as we are at the moment, I'm just at home giving some commentary and a few other extra pieces to try and liven up the stream a little bit more for everybody. This one is going out on my own YouTube channel, SWT Livestreams. There's the alternative coming directly from the club itself, run by Paul Bushnell, the Village Sports Bar. And my plan on this stream is to just give some commentary, a few other extras if I can, using my systems via the link directly from the club. So at the moment we've got Nathan Davis and Hassan Ali. The race to 6 in the losers section of the double elimination. Hassan on the table at the moment with reds. Quite comfortable to fly around the table rather rapidly, taking these out, just joining the dots. Black's in a bit of an awkward position at the moment. To be a definite pot. I can't imagine there'll be a problem. Drops this in. Asim will be taking a 4-3 lead with a race to 6. Nathan coming back to the table. Not a dry break as such, but scratching going in off into the centre. Leaving Hassan with a cue ball in hand. Free visit. Well, the ball's pretty much laid out quite comfortably for any domination, yellow or red. I think he may have been attempting to just kill a yellow there with that first visit. To nominate reds. That shot might just change his mind. He's either looking to kill the yellow or possibly run it down towards the corner pocket, but I think that's why he's taking his time at the moment. I think he had a plan in his mind that's gone a little bit awry. So he's just recalculating, reassessing the situation. Obviously for these two gentlemen, this is a loser's round, so the loser of this match will be fully out of the tournament. Hassan eventually nominating yellows. Worked his route out quite well after that first visit. Yeah, he's just deciding whether to take the yellow at the top after this one or keep the white on the low end of the table. I think he's straight enough here to draw back without the use of the cushion. Plenty of space. I was going to say plenty of space in the centre of the table to give himself options afterwards. Left himself really awkward with the queuing. Got to concentrate as well as making the pot to get the white into a better position. Got two pockets available for this yellow. Cut back to the top left or the top right. I think if he goes to the left, it's more difficult to get position on the black. And if he goes to the right, there's a fair bit of traffic as well as the corner pocket to avoid. So after the scratch pick, it's a good opportunity here for Nathan to take these remaining reds, bring it back to 4-all. There will be a fair bit of coughing from myself while I turn the mic off and on. Like I explained earlier, full up with a man flu at the moment. A huge bounce out there. Sometimes can happen on these supreme tables. Put a lot of action on the white ball. It transfers into the object ball and then just finds itself either skipping offline. Two ways of looking at these last two reds. Take the one to the bottom left first and come behind the black, or take the one he's taking now to the top right hand corner, just off the side cushion. It's a nice positional shot there for the black. Trace aside, bringing off two cushions. And Nathan drawing it back to 4-all. It's a race to 6. After nominating the yellows. It's got this yellow to deal with there. She cleared out of the way quite well. Left himself a little awkward pot. Playing off the cushion, but took the opportunity to develop the yellow as soon as he could. Not going to have a lot of control over the cue ball here, so just pot him weight. Now leave himself 2 long yellows to the top left hand corner and the bottom left hand corner. The only small danger here, he might run past the red and snook, but he should cannon into it. To play too well to hold it. Took the possible snooker out of the equation. Left himself a finer cut, possibly a double. Opted for the double to afford himself better position on the black. Didn't come off on this occasion. Nathan with a little bit of work to do to clear these reds. There's at least 2 that's going to need some work in regards to positioning or developing. Could be taking the top red against the cushion after this red. Leave himself a nice deep angle to bring the white back down. He may opt to drop behind the awkward red just against close to the right hand rail on this occasion. Could play this as a shot to nothing in effect. Leaving the white pretty much where the red is. If he was to draw it or wasn't to drop it, he could afford himself a snooker. He could attack it full out, give himself better position. Problem there, he's left himself quite a sharp angle to take this pot on. The white's going to be running back up the table. If he could squeeze in between the black and yellow, unless this does cut to the centre possibly. Nope, opted for the snooker. Turned down the pot. Thought it might be a little bit too dangerous. As I mentioned, this is a race to 6 and the loser of this match will definitely be out of the tournament. Just a quick look over at Q score. There's just 4 matches being played at the moment. To determine the quarterfinalists. The 4 matches underway are Phil Hoskins and Jonathan Bushnell. Jonathan Bushnell currently leading that one 4-1. Simon Ward, Drew Hughes. Simon, winner of the last DRAGONBET Masters. That's currently a 1-all. Nathan Davis and Hassan Ali as we're looking at the moment, just as Nathan's about to drop the black. Taking a 5-4 lead. The other final losers qualification game is against Eddie Roberts and Ricky Jones. And Eddie Roberts currently leading that one 4-1. And already into the quarterfinals. There's Craig Marsh, Dara Phillips, Dale Pope, and Lindsay Davis. So they're just waiting for their opponents from the last 4 games that have been played, I just mentioned. Nathan might take the opportunity here to develop the yellow next to the red. She did take on, but didn't quite get the rub of the green. Managed to separate the red and the yellow, but hasn't really left himself much to go at. Just needing the one frame, he might decide to take the long pot. The yellow furthest to the left hand side. This one here. Just kiss off it slightly. So there we have Nathan Davis just booking his slot in the quarterfinals, beating Hassan Hali 6-4 in the last of the losers qualification rounds. As you can see on the screen, the live updates from Q-Score is Jonathan Bushnell is currently 5-1 against Phil Hoskins. All to a race to 6. Simon Ward, last time winner, is currently beating Drew Hughes 3-2. And Eddie Roberts currently beating Ricky Jones 5-2. So I think in the venue at the moment, they're just waiting for those 4 games to finish. And we'll continue with the quarterfinals. Unfortunately, I'm not in the venue today, so Mr. Bushnell, Paul Bushnell, will be randomly selecting the tables, I assume, to put somebody on the stream table as soon as we start. So in the meantime, we'll just sit back and wait for everything to finalise. We should be getting back then with a start of a quarterfinal, whoever it's going to be. And back to a race to 9. We'll take a quick look at all remaining players, how they got through the field. Start off with Craig Marsh, his first game against Phil Hoskins, where he won 8-6. Went on to play Eddie Roberts in a race to 8, beat Eddie Roberts 8-4. Went on to play Drew Hughes in a race to 8, just narrowly beating Drew 8-7 to book himself in the quarterfinal. Dara Phillips, starting to make quite a name for himself on the tournament circuit. Narrowly beating Hamid Ali, 8-7. Amand Ali, sorry. And beating Liam Roberts, 8-6. And good win against Jonathan Bushnell, 8-4. To book himself into the quarterfinal. Dale Pope, Mr. Hoodie himself. His first round match was against Nathan Davis. We just seen booking his place in the quarterfinal. 8-6. And a very good win against last time winner, Simon Ward. 8-7. Narrow victory. And then beating Ricky Jones comfortably, 8-2. To book himself into the quarterfinal. Lindsay Davis, first round against Cole Bedford. A very convincing win, 8-2. Second round game against Ryan Jones, 8-5. His third round game against Hassan Ali, who we just seen being knocked out of the tournament in a loser qualification, 8-6. We can see that Jonathan Bushnell just had a great win over Phil Hoskins, who would have had to fought his way through the losers qualifications, beating Chris Watkins, aka Dishy, 8-5 in the first round, beating Curtis Lee, 8-5 in the second round, and then losing 8-4 to Dara Phillips to go into the losers qualification, where he beat Phil Hoskins 6-1. See that Eddie Roberts has just booked his place in the quarterfinal. Eddie Roberts winning his first match against Nathan James, 8-4. Losing his second round match against Craig Marsh, putting him into the losers qualification section, where he comfortably beat Henry Jones 6-2. And then a comfortable victory over Cole Bedford 6-1. And then just beating Ricky Jones 6-2 to book himself in the quarterfinal. We've got a one remaining game being played at the moment, which is Simon Ward and Drew Hughes. Both outstanding players in their own right. Currently 3-all at the race to 6. When that match finishes, we'll be starting the quarterfinal, hopefully on the live stream table, at least one of the matches. And there we can see that Drew Hughes has just won his final losers qualification game against Simon Ward. 6-3. So unfortunately that's Simon's last opportunity to retain his DRAGONBET Masters title. So with DRAGONBET Masters 2 we'll have a new champion. Taking into account we've got 32 pretty much of the best players to grace a tournament outside of a professional environment. We'll take a quick look at how Drew managed to get through his rounds. Now, Drew comfortably beaten Christian Phillips 8-1 in the first round. Went on then to beat Declan O'Callaghan 8-6 in the second round. And losing very narrowly to Craig Marsh, which put him into the losers qualification against Simon Ward, which we just saw. And beating Simon 6-3. We've now got our quarterfinal places set up. And it looks like it's going to be Craig Marsh and Jonathan Bushnell on the live stream table. Just waiting for that to get underway. Anytime shortly. Gentlemen are just getting their cues ready. We'll be moving on to our first quarterfinal. I'll do my best to keep you up to date with the scores on the other 4 matches, which are going to be happening simultaneously by the looks. And although I'm not in the venue today, I'm at home, hijacking the one camera live stream to give you some audio commentary and a few other extras if I can. We'll start our match with a lag. Looks like Craig has won the lag, so he'll be breaking off. Just a reminder, this is the first of the quarterfinals, while the other 4 are running simultaneously. It is a race to 9. All our loser qualifications are now done and dusted. So we have our final 8. Craig Marsh, Jonathan Bushnell, Dara Phillips against Nathan Davis, Dale Pope against Drew Hughes, and Lindsay Davis against Eddie Roberts. As we crack off with the first break, the first frame. We're giving him an immense thump. Spreading the balls very well. Nothing really up against the cushions. White's not exactly in the centre of the table, but still managed to pick his choice of colours. There's another easy start. Depends whether the yellow will just float past into the centre. Looks like you can cut this one into the centre. Come back for it. Greg opted for yellows. Trying to sort his route out. But just seeing pointing there, the one yellow he just managed to kiss away on his last pot. Doesn't put it into an extreme awkward situation, but could have done without that kiss. Don't think he's left himself any favours there. Depends which way you look at it. He either under hit or over hit that. He's either to travel further up the table or shorter than where he landed. Only he will know that himself. May have a double. It would pace to bring the white across the table twice to come back out for the yellow in the centre. Jonathan Bushnell with his first visit to the table in this quarterfinal on reds. After work his way through the three together, taking the centre one on the first occasion. Could do that stop in just as a cover shot for possible problem later. Not that I can see a problem from this position. It's going to be hampered queuing over the top of the black, but doesn't really have to do anything with the white. Don't think he'll take the red off the bottom right hand corner just yet. Could if he so desired, but I think it's more the risk to take this pot on. Barring any major mistakes off this pot. Commentator's curse. Not a major mistake, but really could have done with passing that red without cannon into it. Purposefully left the white low. A little bit too low in the end. There shouldn't be a problem. Jonathan Bushnell taking a 1-0 lead. No race to 9. I'll keep you up to date with the other tables the live scoring as it happens. Drew Hughes is the only one who's drawn first blood against Dale Pope on any of the other 3 games. Turn back to the action. Johnson Bushnell to break. In for the wide cut break. Unfortunately, coming up dry on this occasion. Good spread of the balls. Not really leaving much for Craig to go at. Red into the top right hand corner to open his account. Quite a large mistake there from Craig. He obviously thought he had enough to get onto to pot the red, but clipped the yellow on the way through. Even a foul. Johnson 2 ball in hand if he decides to take it or play from where it is. I think he'd be looking to get that yellow moved as quickly as possible. Whether he does it now on this visit, try and possibly kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Play it off the red by the centre pocket. He saw something a little bit different. I thought maybe if he'd played it off the red to the by the centre pocket, he would have opened up the pocket and possibly killed the red, but had something else in his own mind. Can't, which I don't think he can, pass the yellow to pot in the bottom right hand corner. He's going to be forced to take in one of the other 2 yellows, either down the rail or the yellow pretty much central, both into the bottom left hand corner. Pretty certain he'll leave the yellow at the top for his final ball to afford him better position on the black. Just a case on this occasion of picking the right ball. Either this one or this one. Yeah, well thought out shot. Knew he was going to be coming the opposite side of the table. Cannon in the yellow or missing it. He was always going to give himself an opportunity on this yellow that he's on now to the bottom right hand corner. Still not all give me's at the moment. All about getting the white ball in the optimum position. Lured in with the idea of taking the one to the centre first. As he left himself enough angle to come across the table. Minimum halfway across the table would be great. Yeah, very nice. Anything he may have left himself a little bit too narrow on this one. He's going to have to force this through to get back for the yellow. Going from bad to worse there for Craig, unfortunately. Potting the black in the second frame. And then starting with a scratch. Off the break in the third frame. Jonathan looking for a method of separating the mess at the top. He may be looking to develop a yellow. As that's landed, I think he was trying to develop a yellow and make a pot at the same time. The way it's worked out, he still left himself with the option of red or yellow. Looking at it from where I stand or sit, it would seem that reds may be the better option, but John can see something different. Not 100% certain myself that he made the right option there. But then again, I'm not in the top 32 in Wales. And these gentlemen obviously are. So they know a little bit more than I do. After a free visit from Craig's error on the break, Craig does manage to get a visit. Playing on reds that are now quite comfortably out in the open. Black's not really available in any pocket, so you may take the opportunity here to move the black off this shot. Even better, what he was trying to do was play the red off the yellow to develop the pocket to allow the black to go into it at a later point. Obviously looking 3 or 4 shots in front. Jonathan content to play a high white. Get rid of this yellow at the top of the table while he had the opportunity. Play the remainder of the frame in the bottom half of the table. He was hoping for another inch or two roll on that white. I think he should be able to cut this into the centre. Little trace of check side to slow it down. Come up behind the black. And the 2 yellows. Unless it's a skill shot he's taking on. Oh, excellent shot. Hell of a lot of players refuse them kind of shots. If you cue them right and straight, and pretty much 95% of the time they will come off. But that's on the proviso you hit them dead straight. A millimeter or 2 off. They can split in different directions. Ways to go about clearing these last 2 yellows. Play the bottom left hand corner first to come round for the yellow to the centre. Give himself a better position on the black. Strange that he screws into that one. I thought he had a natural angle to just come up and down off the bottom cushion. Would have given himself the same shot for the yellow to the centre. Again, difficult to tell when you're not at least at the side of the table and see the natural angles. Craig riding his leg a little bit there. Knuckling the white off the centre jaw. Again, he's either going to have to develop the black or try and land perfectly behind it. Like, he's looking to come maybe off 2 cushions for this one. 3 cushions. Made the contact on the black, but unfortunately took his eye off the pot. Or maybe just a little bit too much side that took the pot away. don't think John is going to trust anything to luck here. I think he just drop this, bring the white off the cushion for the black. He's obviously feeling confident. So as Jonathan takes a 3-0 lead. A bit of a scrappy frame there. Both players had the opportunity to take it at times. Just take a quick look at how the other games are going on. You can see that Drew Hughes and Dale Pope flying ahead. 5 frames already played with Drew edging the lead at the moment, 3-2. Lindsay Davis currently leading Eddie Roberts 3-0. And Dara Phillips currently beating Nathan Davis 2-0. We head back to the 4th frame of this the streamed quarterfinal table. Jonathan opting for the wide cut break. Fortunately, the shot there of Jonathan, he just kissed the cannon, the yellow, up the table to cover the top left-hand corner pocket. If that hadn't happened, he'd be pretty much knocking these last 4 reds in. As it is now, he's got to make a decision. Very well played. Great pot. Managed to move the yellow. Yeah. I think the only option here is the long pot to the bottom right hand corner as we're looking at the screen. You can just stand that in, leave the white roughly where the red is. He's going to have 2 options. Red to the centre or red to the top left hand corner. Left hand centre should be the left hand top corner should be the shot coming off the cushion. Red to the centre. He's just a little bit off straight, so yeah, opted to run through for the cannon. Use the yellow as a stopper. Well, Jonathan Bushnell flying away at the moment with a 4-0 lead. Craig has had a few opportunities and failed to take them, but still a long way to go just yet. And in our other matches, we'll take a quick look to see what's happening on the other tables. And we can see on the screen, rather rapid setup there by Craig, so we'll just jump back into the action. Craig go for the power break down the centre. Fortunately, coming up dry. Johnson weighing up the odds between reds and yellows. Looks like he's opting for yellows. Awkward bridging over the top of the 2 reds, but just made sure he came low enough for this yellow. The bottom left hand corner, white travelling up the table. You can see he's looking just there. Problem ball. It's the yellow highlighted. Thinking maybe he could develop it just after the yellow to the centre. After this yellow. Still a lot can go wrong in this frame for Jonathan. Don't think he can hold the yellow to the centre. The cut, so he may be looking at the double. He's looking at the cut, maybe off the side cushion to come back into the 2 reds together. I'm going to check left hand side. I thought it was way too fine for him to try and hold. Just a small deviation in the plan. You can see all the time he's thinking about that yellow next to the black. Opted to leave himself the double. Target sooner than later. Pretty certain if this double comes off, the other two yellows are pretty much formalities. Just the black to contend with afterwards. It's all about this double. Didn't like it the first time. Has it got the legs? Just enough. Ideally, after he pots this yellow to the corner, he wants to leave himself an angle where he can land somewhere in this area, maybe up a little bit higher. Maybe just here. I thought he might have run through, give himself a shot on the yellow to the left hand centre. Could have run through for the black to the top left hand corner. Opted to punch it in, try to get behind it, put it in the same pocket. Cannon the red. Try to feather past the red. Looks like Craig has just skippy-toed off to the men's room. We'll have a little break in action while we wait for him to return. And just a word from the sponsors of today's event, DRAGONBET, Wales' premier online sports betting. If you haven't seen them, visit their website, sign up if you like a flutter. Pretty much everything there is to offer, sports related. While we're waiting for Craig to return, we'll take a quick look at the scores on the other quarterfinals. Dara Phillips is currently leading Nathan Davis 2-1. And Dale Pope is currently trailing to Drew Hughes 3-4. And Lindsay Davis running away at the moment. A race to 9, 5-0 against Eddie Roberts. You can see in the schedule, in the semi-final, who's going to be confirmed against playing who in their matches. Looks like Craig is back to the table. Craig is playing on reds. A little bit of work to do. Some comfort of being able to hide the white ball with the yellow behind the red as it is. I think it's possible that Jonathan could run the white down the right hand rail, but there's always a chance of going in off if he did manage to make contact. He'd prefer not to take that option if he could. Maybe looking at running it off the jaws. Trying to pinch as much as he can there where he's got his hand. To run past the two reds, and he's not going to look to make contact on the yellow full ball. He's looking to possibly just snip the edge, make the pot. Don't think it's a natural angle. You just may have to put a trace of side on this to straighten the angle off if he was going to go for it. The other option is to smash it into the jaws of the left-hand bottom corner pocket. Play the Google shot. Don't think this is a natural angle. I think he's going to have to create something with a tracer side. He's planning to come off one cushion and snick the yellow. This is the one I spoke about initially. I think this is the dangerous shot. It's going to slide off the cushion, come a little bit shallow. Possibly going off, he's putting a little bit of swerve on it. And he tried to swerve it rather than use the cushion. There we go. So, although Craig has got a free visit, he's still got a little thinking to do. You've got the two reds that are stuck together. The black against the cushion, the yellow covering the pocket. There's 3 small headaches he needs to deal with. That's 2 of 3 dealt with. 2 reds separated, yellow gone from over the pocket. Just the 1 headache remaining now, the black. And as he's making fast light work of these reds, you can pretty much guarantee in his mind he knows where he needs to be on that last red. Anywhere in that area to pot the black. Maybe just up a little bit more from where the square is. Pretty much perfect. So Craig opens his account in the quarterfinal, taking his first frame. But Craig opting to take the double there to give himself the best position to clear the table. Failing to make the double and also forcing the yellow back behind into an awkward position. Jonathan coming at the table. He's got 2 or 3 reds to work on. The 2 closest to the centre pocket could possibly cannon off the black into the centre. If you use that once, you can only use it on one of the balls. Really like he's going to take the cross double into, or back double into the centre. White's going to be travelling in the opposite direction if he does take it on. That's one of the 2 reds away that we spoke about earlier that would cannon off the black. I think there's enough gap just behind the black to cannon the red after he drops this in. Well, I'm assuming not, otherwise I'm pretty certain that's what he would have been taking at that point. Left himself the same back double he had earlier. This time a little bit shallower on the angle. He may opt to take it. Refusing it on this occasion. Played that shot with a little bit of safety element in mind if he was to make the pot. He had to cut to the centre by not making the pot. He's covering the pocket for the 2 yellows. He left the white the opposite side, forcing Craig to do something with the 2 loose yellows, which he's done. A great shot. Judged the pace really well there. Yeah, may have just separated the yellows enough to make them potable into the top left hand corner. At least one of them will go. When one goes, the other will go later. So quite important here for Jonathan to do something spectacular, really. Played it purposely with a lot of pace. Greg should be following the same shot here. A few more angles for Jonathan to work on this shot. But again, he doesn't find somewhere safe for the white. See Craig definitely going for the clearance on the next visit. Maybe forcing Craig into taking this pot. The 2 yellows together, only one will go into the top left hand corner. He will be cannoning in the other. Unless he can dig in deep enough. Don't think he can. That was the unfortunate side of it. They should be pretty much tapping here for Jonathan to take a 5-1 lead. The yellow, the red is a little bit deep into the jaws. He's going to have to screw back gently onto the other side of the table. 2 tap-ins and this should be it. Oh, has he gone too far? Difficult to tell from this. We'll know by his reaction in a moment. Well, he's not down on it immediately, so that tells me that he could very well be snookered. A little bit of adrenaline running into his elbow. Tiny bit of swerve possibly, might just get the pot. Yep. A bit fortunate there. All adrenaline running into the arm on that penultimate yellow. That red. Take a quick look at the other games while they're racking the balls up. Drew Hughes currently winning 6-4 over Dale Pope. Lindsay Davis, comfortable lead so far against Eddie Roberts, 6-1. And Dara Phillips and Nathan Davis, tight affair, 4-3. That's a monster break from Craig. And the ball's owling in every direction. Potted 2 or 3, I think, possibly off the break. Looking at it, I think either set has 1 or 2 balls that's a little bit more awkward, but at a quick glance, possibly reds may be favourable. But there isn't an easy starter to afford him an easy shot on the next visit, so looking at it even more in depth, there's very, very little he can go at to make a pot, to make a nomination. The black pretty much in the same spot as he was in the last frame, floating over the centre pocket. See Craig with his hands on his hips. Can't believe that he hasn't got a pot on after such a monster break. I'm not sure if it's a back double for this red into this position. Eventually turning down any minimal opportunity for a pot. Putting the headache back in Jonathan Bushnell's hands. He does have a yellow into the centre that he can cannon off the black and clear the pocket with. There's 2 balls to consider at the moment, with the 5 remaining, or the 6 inclusive of the black. And the 2 balls to think about with the black and the yellow, which is tucked in tight against the red. Everything else has a pocket to go to. Be interesting to see how quickly he tries to develop that yellow next to the red. Went for it straight away. Might have got away with it if it wasn't for the pesky red on the way down that he just glanced against. Old Scooby-Doo reference there. Clever shot there from Johnson. Bringing the yellow out into play and forcing the red into a dead position. But by doing so, if he was to get the black first, he's got to move that red or hold the black. Craig attacking it straight away. A great shot. Killed all the birds with 1 stone. 2 reds and the black out. And on the table, cue ball in the centre. Oh. And again, the commentator's curse. Not a lot can be said about that one. Done all the hard work in the first shot. Pretty much gifted the frame to Johnny Bush. I think he was leaving the yellow closest to the black to the centre pocket as his last ball. Be looking to leave the white pretty much where that yellow is at the moment after potting it. So anything straight or semi-straight to the centre pocket. Have a quick look at the angle. Dead weight. And Jonathan taking a 6-1 lead with a race to 9. I think Craig will be the first to admit he's had quite a few chances in this match. Just didn't take them when they came his way. Just a quick shout out to myself. If anybody's watching this live or at a later date back on SWT live streaming, please like, share, subscribe. Try to bring the best level of streaming that I can to the masses as and when I can. It's difficult at times. Today I wouldn't normally have been down in the village doing the live stream from there with the equipment that they've got in store. But unfortunately couldn't make it today, so giving the best I can from where I am at home. Also, shout out to the village. This is the second of the DRAGONBET Masters that they've run. 32 of the top players that you can put in a venue at any one time. Takes a lot of organising. Not just that, many different tournaments being run from the venue. Most weekends. Paul Bushnell, Jonathan Bushnell's brother, do a great effort for Welsh pool all around the country. I'm sure most people are aware of. So if you're in the Abercrave area, pop in, see the village, Village Sports Bar, multiple tables, great venue, music, food. Be an opportunity. You see the advertisements come in or come up on your Facebook page. Enter one of the many tournaments that he does. Back to the action. Jonathan Bushnell, the golden break, up under the black ball rules. Just re-rack and start again. Different denominations determine different outcomes to that. Some is win the frame, some is lose the frame. But in black ball rules, this particular set, it's basically a re-rack. And on the second occasion, he's come out dry. Craig Marsh looks like he's opting to take reds. Great opportunity here to bring it to 6-2. Might just glance past the black to move the yellow off that shot. making life a little bit easier in 5 shots time. You've got 2 options here, top corner, which is taken. He could have made the fine cut to the bottom left hand corner, run the white back and forth twice. I think he's a little bit frustrated with himself there, stunning that rather than moving the white in any particular direction he was looking for, possibly looking to run it forward an inch or 2 more to give a plant, unless this red passes. He's looking at the plant, but he knows by not running the white ball forward, he's forced himself a bit of an angle which he's not going to be able to control. Apologies for the coughs and sniffles coming over the microphone. Looks like Jonathan's contemplating cannon into the centre pocket of the 2 yellows that are close to each other. All depends on if he was to make it. Obviously he's going to be contacting 2 or 3 other balls at least. Neglecting to take it. Taking this to the top right hand corner to bring the white back down the table. I don't think that's too bad if he can just float this in. 4 remaining yellows will take care of themselves in regards to potting 1, creating a space for another. Would be yellow left centre, yellow right centre, yellow left centre, yellow left centre, black left centre. He left himself a little bit short there. Might have to run up and down for these off the top cushion. No, he could hold it. Sorry, looked like he had a far narrower angle than that first time. But still not exactly where he wanted to be because he knew he was going to be playing this one as a cutback. See him jacking the cue up, hoping not to make any contact with the remaining yellow once he pots this. It's going to be difficult not to make contact unless he's going for what he was looking at earlier, the plant. So for once the commentator's curse didn't work, pretty much as called. Johnson Bushnell taking a 7-1 lead. A glance at the other scores. can see that Drew and Dale Pope are the closest to coming to the end of their term. Drew leading 7-5, but still not a pole available, as I think we've got an angry Craig at the table now, setting the balls up rather rapidly and getting straight down. Sometimes angry Craig is the best pool playing Craig. Caution to the wind. As you can see, he's not exactly hanging around. I think in his own mind, being 7-1 down, he realises there's a mountain to climb. Certainly not going to give up. It's not in his nature. But can maybe afford to just be a little bit freer and loose in the way that he plays. As I said at the start of this frame, sometimes that's a dangerous Craig. We did more like a practice session when you're 6 frames down. And rapidly clearing that away, as you can see. Even though he took that comfortably, the frame itself, so he wasn't happy with 1 or 2 shots he played within there. I think the main ones where he caught the knuckle. Maybe just a bit of a G up at the end. We pushed the balls around the table. Don't think there was any malice involved in it. Giving himself a G up or a little bit angry with himself, but will determine. Jonathan Bushnell breaking off, making a red off the break. White is in the centre of the table. A lot of the balls are open. Nothing really too untoward. Case of finding the right spot to cue from, finding the right denomination. Looks like he's going for yellows. Just one small amount of work to do. The 2 yellows and a red together at the top. The yellows do have pockets available to them, but all about landing exactly in the right spot. And at the right time. Not really sure if that was under it or over it from Jonathan there. He may have a cut back to the centre, but not a huge amount of control where the white is going. He's got one to the bottom left hand corner. The cueing could be hampered. Difficult to tell at the moment. Seems like he can cue okay on it. White is going to be travelling. Yep, I had to try and work the white to get back up the table. See what kind of Craig comes back to the table now. Lifting Marsh to the table with a bit of authority. Try to develop the red next to the yellow there. Straight at it. He may attempt it again here. He's looking to see if it'll pass. Sorry, I didn't have my microphone off then when I went to a coughing fit. Not an easy road to victory here for the last two reds for Jonathan. Pretty much mirror image of each other, opposite sides of the table. Starting point with the white is. There's always a chance, whichever one he takes, he's going to snuggle himself on the other. If he takes this one, he can snuggle himself behind the black. If he takes the other, he can snuggle himself behind the two yellows. So it's all about the position of the white. And which one he takes first. I think the one to the top left is the better option. I think he's got more opportunity of coming across the table for the final red. If he takes the one down the bottom first, then there's a far bigger gap to snuggle himself behind the black. I say gap, a bigger area. But I don't think he's made his mind up yet. He's looked at both. So this one I think he may have to come back for twice. Once. Twice. Yep. That was the problem. He may just have enough to swerve around it. If he can, then the natural spin of the swerve should hug the red to the rail. I think he tried to pot it naturally, but I think if he put a lot of side on it, it would have kept the red hugging the rail into the corner pocket. But not really sure where Craig in his mind at the moment. Whether he's conceded the fact that he's just too far behind with one frame. I think if he had taken the last frame and it was 7-3, he would have felt a bit more comfortable. So we can see there's two other games that are on the hill. Lindsay Davis just requiring one, and Drew Hughes just requiring one frame to book themselves into the semi-final. Pretty certain Johnson would love to run out on this frame and break and dish, get over and done with. I always say the final frame is the hardest one to win. I don't think he'll be hitting the panic stations just yet. But if Craig was to pull back another 2, possibly 3 frames, the mind starts to wonder. Looking at this set here, red seem ultrally inviting. There's only one that really looks a little bit temperamental, shall we say. It's the red in the centre of the table, closest to the yellow. Doesn't have many pockets that it can go into. 2 at most, I think. You may opt to get that out of the way on this shot. Top left, right hand corner pocket. I think if we say goodbye to this red, it's only the black that's going to cause a headache for Johnson. River. It's all about the position from the final red to the black. And which red he decides to leave till last. Whichever way, he's going to have to travel twice up and down the table. I think the black does go into the left-hand centre, so got a big gap to aim for after he pots his red. If he can get low. I think he should be able to come back up anywhere up around this area. I think he might have played that to leave it to the black to the top left-hand corner. Took the double on to win. And that's Jonathan Bushnell booking his place in the semi-final. And looking up at the screen, I can see that Drew Hughes has just made his spot available to himself. So we've got Drew Hughes and Jonathan Bushnell, two of our first semi-finalists. Just watch Jonathan Bushnell's double black. I'll just have a quick look at the other tables. See on your screen. That's Jonathan Bushnell and Drew Hughes. Just waiting for the other two games to finish. Lindsay Davis just requiring the one frame. I'm sure Eddie will make that as difficult as possible. Not a million miles away, just 3 frames behind, but certainly in his mind he'll know he can't afford to lose one more frame. Dara Phillips and Nathan Davis. No disrespect to either player. One of them was reasonably slower than the other, so that was always going to be the last to finish out of the quarterfinals. And when I say slow, it doesn't mean bad player, just more methodical to their approach. Yeah, just a shout out to the sponsors of today's event, DRAGONBET, world's premier online betting service. If you haven't been there, log into their website, see what they've got available. Pretty much all sports covered. Big thank you to the venue, Village Sports Bar. For running the event today. And myself, if you're watching this live or you're watching back at a later date, just thumbs up, like, subscribe, share. All goes a long way. Get a magical number. Hope everybody's enjoying it. Sorry I couldn't be at the venue today, but I'm doing what I can remotely from home. there's nothing happening at the moment in regards to live play on the live stream. We can see that the game between Lindsay Davis and Eddie Roberts, and Dara Phillips and Nathan Davis. Eddie Roberts putting up a valiant fight, who was 8-5 down, has pulled it back to 8-7. And Dara Phillips and Nathan Davis, I think, was a close affair last time I was on comms. I believe it was 6-0 or 6-5. Nathan's pulling away to 8-5, so very close to finding our two last semi-finalists. And then we should be starting with a live stream with at least one of the semi-finals. Pretty certain in their wisdom that the tournament director, Paul Bushnell, who's at the venue, will be putting the final on the main table that we're looking at the moment. So we will at least shortly get one semi-final and the final played this evening. And as I look down and I'm talking, I just see that Eddie Roberts has pulled it back to 8-all. So we got a one-frame shootout on table 4 between Eddie Roberts and Lindsay Davis for their spot in the final. Unfortunately, I'm not at the venue, so I can't see the reactions from the players. I can only assume that Eddie Roberts is going to be pretty much buzzing and elated coming back from 8-6 or 8-5 down. And I can imagine Lindsay's starting to be a little bit twitchy, knowing that he's been on the hill for the last 3 or 4 frames. And that would be a very interesting game to be watching live, but unfortunately there is no camera on table 4. For today at least. We'll just keep an eye on those results as they come through. And we can just see that Nathan Davis has booked his spot in the final session. That final quarterfinal to book his place in the semi-final. So we've got Jonathan Bushnell versus Nathan Davis. And it'll be Drew Hughes versus the winner of Eddie Roberts and Lindsay Davis. So watch this space. I'm assuming we'll be back as soon as possible. And it looks like Nathan's approaching the table, so he's jumping straight from his quarterfinal into a semi-final, which is quite brave. Normally they take a little bit of a sabbatical. We'll watch his space. Looks like it's going to be Nathan Davis and Jonathan Bushnell on the stream table for a first semi-final. So as suspected, Nathan wasn't jumping straight on to the table after winning his quarterfinal match. There is a lull in proceedings while everybody's getting ready for the semi-finals, and Eddie Roberts coming from, I believe, 8-5 down to come as a victor, 9-8 over Lindsay Davis. I can only imagine that was a great match to watch. So Eddie Roberts has booked his place in the semi-final against Drew Hughes, and I believe that is what is the intention to put on the stream table. Eddie Roberts versus Drew Hughes. The players starting to get ready as I'm walking around the table, so as soon as everything's up and running, we'll get the adverts off the screen and bring you the live action. Unfortunately, nobody's updated the Q score yet for the live scoring. Ignore the bottom of the screen where it says Cole Bedford needed Sergeant. That's from a previous tournament. Then pretty certain at some point somebody will refresh the screen in the venue and we'll be underway. So just for the moment, we'll ignore the names on the bottom. So it's Drew to break. Then we got Eddie flying off on yellows. Pointless putting the marker up for who's on what. Yellows or reds at the bottom of the screen at the moment, because the names haven't been updated on Q score, but I'm sure that'll get rectified shortly. In the meantime, it'd be a straightforward finish from this point for Eddie. Can't see any problem with cannoning anything difficult off this red to the center, yellow to the center. Pretty certain there's a big enough gap for the yellow to go through. Oh, did have to pinch a bit off the red. Any major adrenaline running through the arms, the white shouldn't go anywhere near the corner pocket. There we go. Well, I'm pretty certain they'll realise at any moment that there's no way to put their score on the live tablets in the venue, and somebody's going to make the call to the tournament director to get that updated. I think maybe that's why we've got a lull in the break at the moment. Somebody's saying to somebody else, there's nowhere for me to put my score. from my position at home, I do have the facility to update the scoreboard, but I'm kind of refraining from doing so at the moment. I think I'll take a leap of faith from where I stand in my home. Ah, there we go. Somebody's done it, so no reason for me to do it. Anytime soon, the names at the bottom should change. You can see it happening live on my screen. And there we go. So we've got the update on the screen now. Hughes leading 1-0. And while I was looking away from the screen, I can't determine who's on what colour denomination, so I'll just wait until we update the graphic. Drew is approaching the table, and I think he may be on reds. He certainly is. Cleverly bringing his red out in the open. Keeping the white safe. I think there is a gap through the two for the yellow to the right hand centre. I don't think Eddie had intentions of potting that. I think it was more about the white. Well, that's my belief anyway on this occasion. I'm assuming that was a touching ball. So after the first frame, which was a flyer for Eddie, a little bit of work for both players in this one. I see a little bit of a tactical exchange for a little while till somebody takes the ball by the horn. I think the situation of the yellow and the red against the bottom rail is why both players are playing this particular type of frame at the moment. This might be an opportunity for Eddie. If the yellow passes between the gap between the red and the black, I'm sure he'll look for a favourable angle to try and separate the red and yellow against the cushion. After this yellow to the centre, it's all about that yellow through the gap. very extreme delicate shot here if you can play the yellow and clip off the yellow next to the red to make the pot. You will be developing the yellow at the same time, but obviously if he's going to clip against it, there's every chance that he might not make the pot and leave the red open for his opponent. I think he's flirting with the idea. If the yellow does pass between the red and black to the left hand corner, of course he can use any of the other three reds at the top of the table to find a better angle to disturb the red and yellow. I don't think Drew can get past the two reds to pot the long red into the bottom right hand corner. If he could, it'd be a perfect opportunity to separate them, but might just plant this down the bottom. The argument about the yellow passing between the red and black is now null and void. How's your luck, Eddie? He's now just got the headache of the red and yellow together before he can clear the table. He's also got the black. There is a skill shot there waiting, but clip in behind the red. Very nice shot. It's not touching. He's going to have to really crank the cue right in the air to get the plant. So dangerous with these for a push shot. Might be just worth striking pretty much 90 degrees down on the cue. If Eddie takes this pot on, it means he's confident in taking on the skill shot for the black. He's down to look at it now. See how straight it is. Or will he make the skill shot here? Yellow onto the black. And if I remember rightly, I think I'm right in remembering that in the last Dragon Bet, Eddie made it to the semi-finals, and although he did lose in the semi-final, or the quarter-final possibly, I think, if memory serves me correctly, he was in a bit of a rush to catch an airplane to go on holidays that same night, so he may have had to forfeit his game if he was to win. Don't hold me to that. Pretty certain it was Eddie. If it wasn't Eddie, it was definitely somebody else. Just missing out. Pot in the black in the centre off the break, which really wouldn't have mattered that much. Other than the fact he's come away with a dry break. Already opted into cannon off the yellow for that pot to give himself a better angle with the white rather than taking the straight pot on. The one semi-difficult red against the left-hand cushion. And a reasonably good positional shot on the lowest red, keeping him away from taking this frame. Looking to see, I think possibly he's looking at the two reds as a plant at some stage. Don't think that's necessary at the moment, but he's lining his cue up. If he can clear this red at some point, then he'll be making it available for the other one, which he's gone straight for now. Opted to leave the red against the cushion as his last ball. And if he's pretty straight on that, and if he can put the white ball anywhere in that square, then we pretty much pot on. Go as quick as you like it. Eddie taking a 3-0 lead. And quick look over at the other table with Jonathan Bushnell and Nathan Davis. Jonathan Bushnell is currently leading that one 2-0. And it would seem to me, if I'm looking at the screen as we're looking at it, that they are playing the other semi-final on the table next to it, table 2. Usually they try and make some space between the two semi-final tables to give everybody as much space as possible, but whether the other tables are being in use for other things, I can't tell because I'm not in the venue today. I'm currently doing the comms and the replays and a few other bits and bobs from my home. I get Eddie to break. But down quite well with 2 balls in each opposite pocket in the corner. Nothing really tight against the cushion. White central to the table so he can put his hand on. Looks like he's going to go for reds. Not true with his hands full at the moment. Not really getting a huge amount of table time in the first 4 frames. This is looking a little bit ominous as the table is set. We'll look up to the sky there after that shot from Eddie. He's left us a little bit too straight. Not too straight for his liking. All about the angle on the final red. Got 2 options to put the white in 2 different places. For this spot there, or this spot here. Maybe just a little bit up. Maybe this spot. Easier if I use a circle at times. White passes. Looks like that black passes. I didn't think he would pass that yellow. Very deceiving on the screen. I thought it was either going to be the centre or the right hand top corner. Oh, as quick as that. Eddie Roberts taking a 4-0 lead. Nothing really Drew has done wrong. Hasn't had much to go at. Such as it is at this level of the game. We've gone from the top 32 players down to the top 4 for this evening. Very few opportunities given. Very few quarters taken. Great break from Drew. Again, white in the centre of the table. Balls very well spread. Options available. The yellow and red come together just at the bottom of the table. They both have a pocket to go to. Drew opting for yellows. Where the red and yellow are tucked together, the yellow is available to the bottom right hand corner. He needs to come down to the central part of the bottom table off this shot. Oh, has he landed in just about anywhere? He can't do anything. Gone too far for the yellow to the bottom right hand corner, but not far enough for the yellow to the left hand corner. I don't think he has a pot available. He's going to be frustrated with that. The kind of mistakes you can't afford to take at this point in the tournament against this level of players. You got to take your chances and your opportunities when they're given to you. Although that opportunity wasn't given to him, it was certainly created by the break. Eddie comfortable enough to play a safe shot with the condition of the table at the moment. Again, I don't think there's a pot that Drew can go at. I unfortunately clipped the red on the way through. He's given a free visit to Eddie. I think he'll be using this visit to play those 2 reds against the side cushion. Try to plant the one down to the bottom left hand corner, either in or towards. The other red should be bouncing off the side cushion. Don't know. Maybe he had something else in his mind, but that's all he's done there really, is killed another red and put the yellow over the pocket. Doesn't really come out of that with any favours at all. He obviously had a shot in his own mind. Whether he intended the double plant for the two reds against the yellow, I don't know, but back to plan C, I believe now for Eddie. Oh, and that's a double hit. White ball springing off the cushion, double hit in the end of the queue. And the red ball actually. So, saving grace for Drew. Great opportunity here to bring one onto the board. Cleverly bringing the black out with his first shot. All the yellows have somewhere to go. Pretty much be dot-to-dot tap-ins from this point. He's raising his hand slightly. Cue ball travelled maybe 2 or 3 inches further than he wanted. He's looking to leave this yellow into the centre straight. To the left-hand centre. Covered the situation well. Well, he doesn't need to tear his end up snuggling himself behind that group of 3 reds. I think it needs to play with exact pace. 1 visit off the cushion or 2 cushions. 1 cushion through the gap. Perfect. Barring a minor miracle, should be 4-1. And there it is. Drew put himself on the board. 4-1, race to 5 in the semi-final. And on the other table, I can tell you Jonathan Bushnell is still currently 2-0 up. So we've had 5 frames in this one semi-final against 2 frames on the other. I think it's going to take a genius to determine which one's going to finish first. In the meantime, I'm just going to step away from the microphone, take a sabbatical, and I shall return hopefully shortly. I see our views are going up slowly on YouTube. If you'd like to share the link, ladies and gentlemen, like, subscribe, anything to help the stream on the YouTube channel grow, greatly appreciated. Any comments? You can gladly leave them in the comment channel. Any questions? I'll do my best to answer. So, while I was away on my sabbatical, I could see that Eddie just pulled another frame away at 5-1. And Nathan has pulled one back on the other table for 2-1. 2-1 to Jonathan Bushnell. And for those that have just joined us, just like to explain that I'm currently doing the comms and the replays and a few other bits and bobs from my home. I'm not actually in the venue this evening. I'm full up with a man flu most of the week. I am aware there's a little bit of washed out colouring on the images we are seeing. That's because unfortunately no one's in the venue at the moment to adjust the camera resolutions and colour corrections. Normally I would be there and I'd be able to make those adjustments to make things a little bit sharper, but although a little bit off, I don't think it's detrimental to the viewing. That's enough of the technical nonsense out of the way. Drew sinks a red. Just the one red could cause him a little bit of a problem at some point. That's the one which is currently tucked against the yellow at the top right hand side of the table. And looking like he might have something in mind here. Maybe red to the centre, white off the bottom cushion. No. Oh. He spotted a plant of his description. Red onto yellow onto red. Tried to pull it off. Maybe a bit of fortune it didn't come off the way the white landed. I don't think he would have had a shot afterwards. But certainly brave enough to take it on. Very well spotted. In the meantime, Eddie's got a long shot at the yellow. And if that travels a little bit further, it would have been perfect, but as it is at the moment, that's still not too bad. If it had gone through the gap, I'm sure he would have been taking one of those yellows to the left-hand centre, but pretty certain one of them will be coming next anyway. Hampered with a Q in, striking down. Should just bounce off the cushion. And I am pausing the mic every now and then while I have a coughing bout or a sneezing bout, so please bear with me. After these two yellows, it's all about the last yellow. Getting back up the table for a decent position for the black. You might just stand this in and leave it pretty much where the yellow is. Yep. Screw this off the left hand cushion. Trace the right hand side. Perfect pot, perfect position, perfect pace. And again, as quick as you like it, Eddie Roberts taking another frame. 6-1. I think in the first 3 or 4 frames, Drew didn't really have anything to respond to. Certainly in the last 2 or 3 frames, he has had opportunities. Particularly in that frame, he did try an audacious plant. That's the way he plays. And just as an heads up on the other table, Jonathan Bushnell has taken a 3-1 lead over Nathan Davis. So 4 frames played in the other game and 7 in this one. I think it's Eddie to break. Again, pretty much doing everything right. White in the table, waiting for his hand. He's got options. Balls pretty well. I think I got to say though, in this match, I've noticed more. I can't honestly say over the day that although the breaks are coming apart really well, there's one or two balls coming together close, group in or around the centre of the table, which is not always making the run out very easy, making the players work that a little bit harder to develop tight balls or balls that are stuck together in groups. He will leave himself the long red to the bottom right hand corner as we look at it. Should have almost a perfect angle to develop that red, which is close to the yellow. Fortunately, got the full cannon. Didn't really move it that much, but enough to give it a pocket at some point, possibly to the centre. Enough to put this red into the bottom right hand corner. Screw off the left hand cushion. Hopefully if we can leave the white somewhere in this area. Just overcook the egg slightly. Very difficult. Maybe looking at a plant to the centre there. Again, no audacious attempt. Just got to envisage a pocket somewhere at the top of the table. He did certainly try the plant into the centre. It's time for Drew to take advantage of the error there from Eddie. Can't really let him get away. Another frame. Going 6th ahead. Be a bit of a mountain to climb. Really needs to take this opportunity. He's going to play the yellow off the red into the centre. And I've got to say, it's been a long day for all these players that are there now at the moment. Tournament started 10 AM this morning. We're approaching to 10 PM now, so it's 12 hours. Not necessarily 12 hours of playing, but an hour or two between games, hanging around. Much a physical aspect of the game as a mental aspect of the game. And of course we are at the semi-final stage. There's still a final left to go for any one of these two players. I can't imagine the tournament finishing till at least around about midnight. So that's going to be 14 hours for at least two of them in the venue. It's a lot of mental agility to stay focused for that length of time. And with the opportunity or the option for alcohol in between if you want it, but that's down to the player's preference. drop this yellow into the centre. Just needs to run down behind this yellow. Opted to give it all the special action. The Drew special. Screw, check, across the table. He's going to have no control over the white here if he goes for the pot. It's literally going to be up and down maybe 2 or 3 times. Wherever it lands is where it lands. Fortunately enough, gives himself a shot to the corner. And there we go. So I think Drew will be happy to get that one on the board. If he'd lost that one, he'd have been 6 frames behind. With a race to 9. And just as a heads up on the other table while they reset on this one, Jonathan Bushnell currently 3-2 over Nathan Davis. I think one of the players has just taken a quick toilet break. Fortunately, there isn't another table I can switch over to give you a little bit of live action. So we are where we are at the moment. We can talk amongst ourselves. If anybody's got any questions, feel free to put them in the chat box. Comment away. Or any statements. Again, take this opportunity to thank DRAGONBET for sponsoring the event and the Village Sports Bar for holding the event. As we get back to the action, White was certainly travelling towards the corner pocket on that occasion, just got cannoned away with a mighty force. And again, great spread of the balls all over the table, but we've got that situation where we just got a little cluster that's going to need dealing with. I think at some point what Drew will do is put that red against the yellow to cannon and plant the red, and obviously that red will be travelling back out this way. I think this is the time he's going to take it on. And here we go. Sometimes I love it when I'm right. Just not that often. It's nice to show off every now and then. As long as Drew doesn't do anything wild and erratic here. Should be 6-3. And as quick as that, 6-3 it is. And just a heads up on the other table, Johnny Bushnell and Nathan Davis. That's now currently at 3-all. So we're 9 frames in on this game and 6 frames in on the other game. And I think it's Eddie to break. I believe I just saw him setting up. wasn't a huge amount of power in that break, but just by hitting them correctly, the amount of spread that he got was... We may have missed a replay, but there wasn't a huge amount of effort and force put into that break, but you can see the balls are spreading rapidly all over the table. There's two rules of, or trails of thought for the break. You know, some people think it's all about power, power, power. The harder you hit it, the heavier the cue, etc., etc. And the other school of thought is all about pace and timing. I've got to be honest, I'm not really on either fence or either side. I sat the fence of that one. You see some players, they can break with precision with very minimal effort, and others, they give it an almighty thump. Sounds like a slap of thunder. I think it's each to their own. Might get an opportunity after this to see how Drew breaks or anybody else. In the meantime, the only thing I think Eddie needs to concern himself here is the black at the top. Doesn't want to leave himself naturally snookered behind the yellow. As long as he leaves himself with that kind of angle to pot that black later. Ideally, white anywhere in that square after he's potted these three reds. I think that's just pretty perfect. Maybe just slightly the wrong side of the red to push it forward, but going to leave himself a longer black than he would have anticipated. And there we go. Eddie pulling out another frame. 7-3, taking a 4-frame lead, race to 9. And Nathan Javis has just taken the lead for the first time on the other table. Now leading Jonathan Bushnell 4-3. So things tightening up at the top. I'd imagine in the next 25-30 minutes we're going to know who our two finalists are going to be. We'll see how Drew takes his break now. Taking the ball to the centre. Let's go for the power break. You can see the white jumping off the table. The amount of power he's put into it. Still getting a very good spread. White in the centre of the table. So, as per the discussion earlier, what are your thoughts on how the break should be carried out or performed? There's two prime examples there. One with timing, one with power. Pretty much the same outcome. Drew not hanging about, straight down for yellows. Pretty much spotted his route within a couple of seconds. May have to cannon into the red off this one. Unless he can avoid it, but I think that's what he's looking at the moment, either avoiding it or cannon. Yeah, avoiding it. Great shot. Give himself options. As long as he's not hampered with this queue in, he should be taking one to the bottom right hand corner first. If he is hampered, he might be forced into taking the one to the centre, going around 2 cushions. Yeah. I think personally I would have gone for the bottom right hand corner first. Less chance of something like that just happening. How's he luck? In a normal club scenario, you'd have thought he'd come out lucky there, but so many ways of getting punished after that. Eddie could have gone for the clearance or forced him into playing this to make the clearance. We're trying something spectacular. Well, one thing come out of that is the fact that he's going to have to use a shot to try and develop 2 reds at least. Now, really got to use this free visit wisely. There's a few ways to go about it, but I think I would be putting the white just to the right of the black and playing the red off the yellow. Forcing the red towards the right hand, towards the corner pocket. He needs to develop the other red as well in the same visit, or at least land directly behind it. I think I'd be starting my visit here. Or he needs to get the white at some point where that green circle is, if he's not going to move the black. I think he might have talked himself out of a few options there and ended up betwixt and between in the middle of nowhere. Now he's forced with a difficult decision. He either takes on the clearance or he needs to force a foul from Drew with a snooker. I think he's being forced into clearance. This red to the top left hand corner, he's either going to come around and try and develop red and black or drop behind it. I think he tried to develop it. May have one more opportunity. And if he can't develop it, he's going to have to make the position off his final red. He's going to have to come off 3 cushions and try and land behind that red. There's a great attempt. Headache now for Drew. It's not so much the double, it's the black after. just gifted this frame to Eddie, putting him on nail. Credit for Drew for trying to double to develop the black. Although he's against the cushion for this shot, there's nothing really to do with the cue ball. It's just a case of dropping it with the weight to drop up behind the black. Got a bit of a wobble as he red wiped his feet falling into the pocket. And there we go, Eddie Roberts on the hill, race to 9, one more frame to book himself into the final. And on table 2, Jonathan Bushnell and Nathan Davis. Nathan starting to find his feet in that match, now taking a 2-frame lead, 5-3. I think at one point he was 2, possibly 3 frames down, so that one's turning into an interesting tussle. We'll get an opportunity again out to see Eddie cut break. We get to see what I was talking about earlier, the minimum amount of effort. Not the minimum amount of effort, but not that huge amount of effort. Just perfect timing. And again, perfect split. And that for one of the very, very few occasions I've seen with the white balls in the centre of the table. No other balls are contacting each other. Great opportunity with being on the hill. The break and finish to run out. I think it's obviously reds needs to be taken. Not quite sure if he can get past the black for the plant. Obviously he's got the pot to the right hand centre, but it's a little bit fine. You don't want to be cannoning anything on the way down. Took the long shot. Now this is a great opportunity to pot this red in the bottom right hand corner, leave himself a perfect angle to make the plant at the top. He said throw it back a little bit, jack the cue up. The pot itself is simple enough. He really needs to give himself that perfect angle if he wants to make the plant. He's looking now to see whether he can just pot it naturally, leave himself a gap for the single pot to the top left hand corner. But you know in his mind he just wants to draw the white ball back. Take the red to the centre first. It looks like he's just going to go for the safe pot and leave himself the long cut, the long pot, single left. Trace the right hand side. The difficulty here is coming off the bottom cushion. He might cannon back into the red, so really needs to use a bit of cue action on this. Right hand side possibly, unless he's going to come directly off the cushion. Yeah. I think he was concerned that he would have been cannon in the red and ended up snooking himself. A bit of a let off there for Drew. difficult to see how Drew's going to attack that yellow on the right hand side. Seems shaking his head. And was he going for the pot and then taking the double on, or was he attempting covering the pocket? The way he was shaking his head, I'm assuming he went for the pot. At the moment, I don't think there's any harm, any foul. He's looking to come in that area, I think. Oh, that's even better. Unfortunate. Just one full roll too far, I think, there. It's all about that yellow on the right hand rail. By taking this yellow first. That was a great shot. Huge amount of side to bring the white off the top cushion, as it did. We all know Drew can do crazy things with a cue ball. And then he does something crazy like that. Sometimes his own worst enemy. I think Drew has said, no, I'm not going to win this game. Thank you very much. Resigned. So congratulations to Eddie. Commiserations to Drew. I can only imagine. Long day. Three or four mistakes in that match and head dropped. Kind of lost his composure a little bit, but don't think there's any ill feelings between the two. Maybe we'll shake hands. I'm sure Drew will congratulate Eddie on playing well, although he didn't play his greatest today. We've got our one finalist, Eddie Roberts, and he's going to be playing the winner of Nathan Davis and Jonathan Bushnell. And at this precise moment in time, it's quite a tight affair. Nathan Davis is just currently leading by one frame, 5-4. So, not a huge amount I can do to entertain you for the next 20 or 30 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. So, won't be long now, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, the live scores are being updated on table 3 for the semi-final between Jonathan Bushnell and Nathan Davis. Nathan was on the hill for 2 frames, leading 8-6. Jonathan Bushnell has come back to win the last 2 frames and bring it to 8-all. So we've got a deciding frame going on table 3 to find out who the other finalist is going to be against Eddie Roberts. Looks like it could be an exciting game. Unfortunately, we just don't have a camera above table 2. All we can say for now is good luck to both players. One of them is certainly going to be in tonight's final. And as soon as that game finishes, I'm assuming that whoever the victor is going to be is going to want to take a few minutes to compose himself. So I would imagine in sort of 10-15 minutes time, we will be live streaming the final. So for those viewers that have been hanging on and can hear the commentary, you might want to link the stream on your social media, Facebook or wherever it is. Send it out there. I think it's certainly going to be a great final, whoever it's going to be against. Eddie Roberts versus either Nathan or Johnny. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like it's been confirmed. So, Nathan finally coming out victor over Jonathan Bushnell. A tight affair, winning eventually 9-8. So, our final is going to be Nathan Davis against Eddie Roberts. Hopefully, the tournament director will put it on the live stream table. I'm pretty certain he will. As I've explained before, I'm not at the venue, so hopefully that'll be the case. What we can do in the meantime is check out the route for both players, how they got to the final. So in round 1, Nathan Davis lost to Dale Pope 8-6. So Nathan would have had a very, very difficult route to the final, playing through the losers section on multiple occasions. So after losing 8-6 to Dale Pope in the first round, in his first round loser qualification, he beat Ben Davis 6-1. Went on through the loser round section, loser round 2, where he beat Liam Roberts 6-3. And his loser round 3, he went on to beat Sean Stebbins 6-4. And his loser qualification round, he went on to beat Hassan Ali 6-4. Made his way to the quarterfinal, where he came across Dara Phillips and won 9-5. And in his semi-final, as we just witnessed, beat Jonathan Bushnell in a very tight affair, coming through victor 9-8. And for Eddie Roberts, he started off his campaign this morning very early, 10 AM start, where he beat Nathan Jones 8-4. Went on to lose to Craig Marsh 8-4. So Eddie himself had to battle his way through the losers qualifications. In the loser round 2, he went on to beat Henry Jones 6-2. In the loser round 3, he went on to comfortably beat Cole Bedford 6-1. In the losers qualification round, comfortably beat Ricky Jones 6-2. In his quarterfinal, had a tight affair against Lindsay Davis, coming through 9-8. And in the semi-final, comfortably beating Drew Hughes 9-3. So that's the route that both players had to tonight's final, which at some point we will get streamed on the live table. But as I said earlier, I can make every assumption that after a bit of a titanic battle in his semi-final, Nathan will just want to take a bit of a sabbatical, grab his thoughts, maybe a drink, something to eat. I can see him walking around the table as we're looking. I'm assuming there'll be some ceremonies, some photographs being taken before they start. Again, just like to take the opportunity to thank our sponsors, DRAGONBET. This is the second DRAGONBET Welsh Masters, one of Wales's premier online betting applications. If you haven't seen them before, take a visit to their website, sign up. All kinds of live sport betting. Thank you very much to those. And to the Village Sports Bar in Abercrave. Absolutely fantastic venue. where multiple tournaments have been held most weekends. Fantastically run by Paul Bushnell. Tables are always kept in pristine condition. Not just the tournaments, it's open to the public most evenings and weekends. If you're at a loss of something to do and you're in the area, pop in. You never know, any one of these fantastic 32 players that have been here today might be there to give you a game. And myself, SWT Streaming, I would normally be at the venue streaming the event. Unfortunately, due to illness and a few other things, I couldn't make it this weekend, so took it upon myself to set up from home, give you as much of the live action as I can. Don't have much control over what's happening in the venue, but I certainly can give you some commentary and some replays and a few other bits and bobs. So if you're enjoying it, by all means, like, subscribe, share. And there's the two gentlemen who's going to be in the finals. Quite an uncanny shot from overhead. I think everybody will wish him the best of luck. There's Mr. Bushnell, the owner and runner of the Village Sports Bar. Great gentleman indeed. Very well known in the pool circuit, not just in Wales, but across the country, in the UK. Avid supporter. So, looks like we can get now a obligatory photographs of the two finalists, which I'm certain will be shared across most of the social medias that you'll be seeing over the next few days. So, looks like we're getting ready to be underway. Good luck to both players. Unfortunately, after a great start to his first frame, looks like Eddie's found himself foul, landing behind the yellow. Looking to make the red into the top left-hand corner as we look at it. If not, put it as close to the pocket as he can. If he does make it, he's going to have a shot on the black. And slid off the cushion a little bit there, I think. Oh, Nathan to his, I believe, first visit of the first frame of this final. Playing on yellows. He just needs to concentrate on a route. One semi-difficult yellow, if anything at all, will be this one he's going to be playing next. Always a chance of just clipping the cushion or the jaw of the pocket as he's going in. Could opt to play it directly down to the bottom right hand corner. Whichever way he goes about it, he definitely needs to make the pot. Can't afford to miss it with the red and the black as they sit. So, a little bit of pressure on this shot. Looks like he's playing to the bottom corner. Played it with an element of safety, taking the white back up the table just in case. But in doing so, he has put the white against the cushion. Hampered his cue in a little bit. As he found himself pretty much in the same position. A little bit better off this time. Again, he played the long yellow, knowing full well that the white was going to be travelling to a reasonably safe position. I think there's many more places to hide after this one. After two great shots, found himself rattling the yellow around the hole in the centre. Not a huge amount of harm or foul on our first frame. Just one medium to long black, ready to take the first frame. That will be Eddie opening his account in the final. Taking a 1-0 lead. And the final is a race to 10. Slowly gone up from a race to 8, 9 and then 10 as the tournament's progressed. There's that timed break again from Eddie Roberts. Not a massive amount of power. What about the timing on the strike of the pack and the perfect position with a cut break? Cut break you can't really use a huge amount of power in any way. The white tends to skip off the table if you use too much, so it's a fine balance between enough and not enough if you're using the cut break. Got that red and yellow stuck together at the top, which takes the opportunity to develop straight away. Got one or two ways to come away from this pot, either in a forward motion or a backwards motion. You can top it through and use the top cushion. Looks like he's just going for a gentle drop to leave himself a shot to the centre. Did have a little bit too much pace for the kind of shot it was. Nathan's got to put that last frame on the single missed pot out of his mind. Get on with business. At the moment, the scoreboard's not reflective of what it is. It is actually 1-0 to Eddie Roberts. Give either player for forgetting to put their score up. Far more important things to concentrate on. Well, I'm not certain. I'm pretty confident that he can get to that red at the top. Great judge of pace. The ball there. I think he played it in such a way to give himself an option on 2 if it gone slightly awry. So this, it should be red and black in 2 opposite centre pockets. Might use the yellow as a stopper. He drops this in. Oh, easy black to the centre. He's just taking a second look. I should bring it to 1-all. There we go. So that's Nathan opening his account in the final. 1-all. There's the polar opposite of Eddie's break. Nathan using the power break down the centre. Again, not much difference in the outcome, but totally different in the application. Different players prefer different kinds of breaks. Reds would seem the opportune ball here, but I don't think Nathan has a shot on the red other than the long one down to the bottom left hand corner. Could opt to take the double on. If this works, then they're all there at his mercy. Oh. May have a shot to the bottom right hand corner as we're looking at the screen. Should be able to avoid the traffic if it does go. With the cue ball. Certainly went, but he didn't avoid the traffic, but no harm, no foul. This red passes to the centre pocket past the black. Going to give him better options. If not, it's certainly available to the left-hand centre. Just finding the right angle for this one against the bottom rail. To stay reasonably high. It's all about that red to the right hand centre. If it doesn't go, he's going to be playing to the opposite side of it. Between a devil and a hard rock here. Hard place. Cut back to the centre. Cut back to the bottom left. Needs to avoid the cannon on any of the yellows. Or even use the yellows. White needs to travel up and down. 3/4 of the length of the table back down. Perfect pace. Very good shot. Nathan, from being 1-0 down, rapidly turns around to 2-1. As one thing is going to be certain within this game is both players are very fluent, very fast, very quick thinking. Although, pretty certain that if needed be, both could play a tactical game just as good as each other. But from a viewing perspective, it's going to be quite an interesting game. Tiny bit more zip in that break there from Eddie than I witnessed for the last maybe hour or two. Maybe the reason why he come away dry. It'll be difficult to spot in the slow motion, but to me it looked like he had a little bit more power in that one. Nathan at the table with an options. We took a white away from the equation. Both yellows and reds look good, but where the white it is, looks like he's going to be forced into taking reds. As long as he's not too straight on this one, he should be able to run through the gap between the two yellows. He plays it slow, then he's going to be playing the red to the right centre. As long as he's not come too far, he should be able to keep the white. At least in this lower half of the table. It's pretty much picking the right balls in the right order from this point. It's one of those shots where you can opt to run through and play on either the yellows to the left hand corner pocket, or just draw it back off the bottom cushion, play a red into the same pocket. He's actually going centre first. This is a positional shot where people do it different. Some leave it low to travel upwards after the pot. Some leave it high to use the cushion to bounce back upwards. Nathan opted to leave the cue ball high. Needs to avoid the traffic and the right hand centre pocket or knuckle. Naturally an off angle, but I'm pretty certain he'll just put a little bit of draw on the cue to keep it away from the pocket. And as quick and as easy as that, Nathan takes a 3-1 lead. And again, for anybody that's out there watching the live stream at the moment, please feel free to like, subscribe, share. As we see the cue ball rifling into the centre pocket from a power break from Nathan. Didn't just rifle in it, at almost the opportunity to bounce back out and the amount of pace it went in. So cue ball in hand, free visit. Pretty certain Eddie would have set his mind on being yellows from this point. Just depending what he's going to do with his first shot. From this position, he's got 3 or 4 options from the pot to the centre. You could just dead weight and play the yellow to the bottom left hand corner. You could run it through, get rid of the yellow at the top, or dead weight and plant to the bottom right hand corner. Looking like he's going to plant to the bottom right hand corner. Making sure he's not going to cannon anything. This could go a little bit wrong. As suspected, he was always going to be pushing a yellow somewhere where he had no control of. I don't know if it is a natural plant to the centre. If not, there's only 2 options available, is covering the bottom bag or playing the pot and try and develop the yellows. I think the yellow may go to the left hand centre. Purposely left himself high to pot this to the centre, knowing full well he's going to be canning the other yellow towards the left hand corner. A lot of people would have just played that dead weight and relied on being able to pot. The foresight knowledge to know if he was going to be high, he's going to be moving the yellow. on this occasion, although he's got a pot to the centre, I don't think there's a route to get the white. Now the cannon into the red and play the shot to the top left-hand corner, right-hand corner as we look. Great pot, great positional shot there. Well, after taking an early lead, Eddie pulls it back to 3-2. By the black to clip the red into the left-hand centre pocket. He's in with a good chance of taking the remaining 4 reds. Looks like it's very tight. Or he may be concerned about the in-off cannon and off the yellow, which is he looking at as we speak. It can be made, it's just about making sure the contact with the yellow is the right side. Yeah. I think that was his concern from the beginning. Hence the reason he may have took his eye off the pot slightly. Difficult to tell whether Nathan can take the yellow to the top left hand corner or whether he's Chinese behind the black. Looks like he just will get through. Takes this yellow to the bottom left-hand corner. Gets a favourable kiss. Should be end of frame. Didn't need to kiss, he had enough to get back behind. Looked for all the money like he was going to be contacting that yellow. I think you'll find he's going to be playing that yellow to the left-hand centre off the red at some point in order to clear the pocket. Or the black. He may not need to. After this shot, he might have a natural angle. Black in any one of three pockets, top left, top right, or right hand centre. Well, Nathan keeping the 2-frame advantage, going into a 4-2 lead, race to 10. Apologies for my sniffs and sneezes and coughs over the microphone if I'm not muting the mic in time. A very powerful break. And if ever you could see a break with an opportunity to clear, that's a pretty much prime example. Only misfortune about that entire break is the black has found itself going towards a side rail. Really could have chose any colour after that break, red or yellow. He's got two things on his mind at the moment, the black and the red, which is at the top of the table. I think he'll try to deal with both of those in one shot. We're going to just drop in behind the red, give himself a natural angle to come across the table for the black. Great positional shot. Fantastic pool play. Great vision, great knowledge. And final good shot, not a gimme. Fantastic clearance here from Nathan. Up and into a 3-frame lead, 5-2. So after a great break, Eddie opted to take reds, taking that opportunity to develop the black, safe in the knowledge the red was over the pocket waiting. Used to travel back up the table, 3/4 of the length of the table either side. Not one wipe his feet on the way in. Caused Eddie to pause for a moment. Not the greatest positional shot there from Eddie, but sure he'll make light work of the black. Just needs a little bit more concentration than possibly first would have been. And there we go. At the moment, both players playing outstanding pool. Exhibition stuff. At the moment, Nathan managing to maintain that 2-frame lead that he's had for the last 3 or 4 frames. And on this occasion, he's come up dry. Both colours have a starter. Both colours have a 1 or 2 difficult balls that need developing or working with. Eddie opting to take yellows. He may try and bring this yellow out by the black on this occasion. A little bit straighter than he would have liked, so may refuse it on this time. Yeah, try to force something I think that wasn't there. He realised that it wasn't there. Might have been worth just changing his perspective. But then again, he's got a yellow to the top right hand corner, which he could still use to develop that yellow, which he's looking at now. Or maybe moving the red so that the yellow's available into the bottom right hand corner. It's a great attempt. Actually, second prize. Who's part of the equation? He done really well moving the red. Got the fluke on the pot. You buys your ticket, you take your chance. Every yellow now has a pocket to go into. Nathan tried his hardest to develop the red. Nearest to the left hand cushion off that shot. He marginally missed it. Be interesting to see which pocket Eddie has chosen the black to win after this yellow. The one it went into was obviously the favourable. So, for the first time in a while, Nason's lost his 2-frame advantage. Eddie bringing it back to 5-4. Coming away from the break dry. Nothing really flirting with the pocket on that occasion. Nason with options. Both colour sets have got a starter ball. Both colour sets have got a ball stuck against the side cushion. And opted for reds. But he certainly will attack the one against the cushion. No, he's coming back off this shot. It looks like he's already made his mind up for the route. Bottom left hand corner, centre, top left hand corner. The first three. If he can land on this next red to the top left hand corner reasonably straight, he'll be able to just run through. Avoid with leaving the white tight against the cushion after this shot. I think he's a half a ball from not far enough to put the last red into the same pocket. Make something happen on the shot. He needs to run forward enough not to snuggle himself behind the yellow in the centre of the table. Just about enough, I think. Nason takes back his 2-frame advantage. Very fast and furious pull from both players. Very few mistakes, as you'd imagine, by any one of the 32 that made it this far to the final. Certainly don't get this far in a tournament of this calibre by making many mistakes throughout the day. Seem to be getting quite a few dry breaks in this final this evening. If Eddie can make this yellow in the bottom left hand corner and give himself a decent position on the next yellow, it should be pretty straightforward after that. I think we'll be seeing the yellow that's over the bottom right hand corner being the last yellow to be potted. For some reason, as I hit the midnight marker, pretty much bang on, the internet connection seems to be dropping slightly, so you may experience some lagging. I can only apologise at the moment. Normally pretty stable where I am. Apologies at the moment for those that are watching live. My internet connection, since it struck midnight, has gone absolutely potty. It's up and down, up and down. So you may experience some lagging while viewing. Nothing really has changed on my end. Nathan quite irate about that shot. Jumping up and down, banging the table. Gotta be honest, I didn't actually see what had happened. I can see the yellow hanging over the pocket. I was too busy looking at a few settings on the system. Let's see if I could get the internet connection to a stable, normal condition. Eddie tried to develop the red one against the left hand cushion with that shot. Missed it by millimeters. Nathan put that miss to bed, put it behind him. Eddie's let him off the ropes there a little bit by not making the full snooker. Nathan might screw off this yellow and try and pop the yellow over the pocket. Go for the safe shot, leaving the white as tight as he could to the top corner pocket, that cushion. while I was away for a minute or two, I was making some adjustments on the fly to try and get my stable internet connection back, which I believe I've managed to do. So that should hopefully now stop any jittering that anybody's had for the last 5 or 10 minutes. While I was away, you can see that Nathan has moved into a 7-5 lead. Actually, he's going to punch this forward off the bottom rail. Hasn't left himself much more than a double. You can't imagine Eddie trying to take these out as they stand. Choose to develop a few balls, make it difficult. For the black to be potted. It's like while we was having technical troubles with the internet connection, we've lost quite a few viewers. I can only apologise for anybody who's going to come back and watch it at a later date. Some unknown reason, at the strike of midnight, Google Chrome decided to go crazy and suck up all the internet bandwidth that we had available. Anyway, we digress. Back to the game. Eddie doing a fine job at the moment of preventing Nathan from potting the black while trying to develop his yellows at the same time. As he decides to take these out now, I think he might get one more chance. I think if Nathan can make a good contact on the black and leave Eddie with no option but to try and take the yellows out. Every time Eddie does some good and bring a ball out, Nathan just comes back and puts one back in. As I alluded to earlier, both these players quite sharp and fast around the table. I think certainly turn their head to a little bit of safety play, a little bit of tactical play as and when required. Prime example is right here. I think there's value in Eddie taking the back double on where he is at the moment. Very few places to hide the white ball with the black in the open. I think by taking the back double on, the white's coming down this lower half of the table. That's not the greatest of snuggers. One cushion escape. Black ball down to 8 inches away from our pocket. Again, he was lucky to get away with that one. 50% of the time, pretty certain I would have dropped in. Absolutely perfect angle. Is he going for the banana? It looks like he's going for the safety. He should be going for the pot. If he can avoid a cannon with the black, he should be plumb on the yellow to the top left hand corner. A little bit shorter pace. White ball's going to be going up and down at least 1.5 times. Nice little tactical frame there to throw in with the 12 or 13 we had previous. Eddie's staying in touching distance. Just the one frame behind. Made a yellow into the right hand centre. Pretty much table of 2 halves as we look at it. All the yellows on one side, all the reds on the other. I think he may only have a starting option on a yellow to the centre. Could be canning towards the black. Final thought, all to be thinking about. As they stand, should be the black. 3 or 4 centre pots. Making sure you leave the last one. Get on the black. Eddie's stuck with a decision to make here. He plays the middle of the yellows into the centre pocket. Naturally. I was going to be saying, but I started to sneeze. If he'd played the middle pocket first, then naturally he would have been going away from the other two yellows, so he played the right ball at the right time. Brought it back to 7-all. Unfortunately, being late in the evening, my cold is now starting to take hold of my head. Nose is getting more blocked. I'm sneezing more, so apologies for any disgusting noises coming over the microphone. Again, like I said earlier, if ever there was going to be a break that afforded a clearance, this is the kind of break you want. All the balls in the middle of the table. Everything has a pocket. Nothing really to develop. Just finding the right route. Slightly overrun, but he's got options to play to the bottom left hand corner after this yellow to the centre. I think he would prefer to be the other side of the yellow. He'd love to be straight on this next yellow. To the centre. Would have been ideal. Now going to be forced into playing a good positional shot. Possibly cannoning into the red. If he's going to take the yellow to the right hand centre. Don't think he's got the potting angle for the yellow to the bottom right hand corner. A gentle little stun shot. Try to just cannon into the red. Oh, hold if you can. For the potting angle. Pretty fraught with danger. Looks like he's going to just try and stun into the red. Very good shot. It's a nice little finish here from Nathan. What looked to be a dot-to-dot exercise at the beginning of the frame. Needed a little bit of work towards the end. Worked it out well. We're slowly getting towards the climax of our tournament today. Maximum of 5 frames left in this final. If it was going to go the distance. We'll race to 10. Very fortunate that the black went in there for Eddie. The white going in as well. The last thing he wanted to be staring at there was cue ball in hand with his opponent only needing 2 frames. Makes the yellow off the break. Red, look, the prime ball. But at first glance, I can't see where he can make a pot for the red. Might have to take his medicine here, go yellows. I wonder if he'll try and attack that yellow that's on the bottom as soon as he can, or leave it till the very last ball before the black. The way he's situated at the moment, even with very good positioning, could end up cannoning in the red. Sure, it's something he would have already thought about. Something he would have made a decision on. Needs to come through the gap. Those 2 reds from this yellow to the centre. Fantastic shot. A perfect angle to just follow through behind the red. With the yellow to the opposite centre. He's queuing up there. There's a small outside chance he might just nick the red on the way back up. She'll throw the cue ball away. But I think naturally he should just get past it. Looks like he's screwing through, backwards, rather. Yep. Didn't want to take a chance of canning in the red. White off 2 push-ins. Is what he's looking at. I'm pretty certain that's not the way that he tried to play it, but it worked anyway. So at 8 all. yellows away. Nathan making light work of these yellows after a fantastic break. Just needs the perfect angle off the last yellow to get high on the black, to drop it to the bottom right hand corner. You can work this one of two ways, coming off the side cushion or screwing directly up behind it. Is to put him on the hill. Took that out really well. Well, Eddie break in. Keep his hopes alive in this tournament, possibly. He has made a ball on the break. Again, the majority of the balls being pushed to that left hand side of the table because of the cut break. Immediately looking at it, looks like yellow's preferable. Cleverly using a shot there to pot his yellow and push a red against the cushion. May have just gone half a ball too far. Make easy positioning for his next yellow, but we can avoid the traffic. Come back down this area. We can only assume that the yellow passes through the gap, or the white passes through the gap. From the camera angle, it didn't look like any of those shots were on. After this yellow, he's going to be playing the black into one of two possible pockets, top right or right hand centre. Bit for the right hand centre. And that's about all Eddie could have done. Break and dish. Keep his hopes alive. So here we go. Final of the DRAGONBET Masters 2. Race to 10. 9 all. Couldn't really ask for much more. One frame shootout. Both these gentlemen deserve the win as equal as each other. From from this point forward. And just say good luck to both. Nathan to break. Car's come up dry. No, sorry. No, he's made a red. I do apologise, I missed that. And this is looking pretty ominous. Drop this red into the centre. Oh, personally, that's the way I would be going. If he drops it to the centre, you can take the red at the top. Right hand corner next. Seems the obvious way to go. Has come totally unstuck on that shot, but he's obviously played for this red. He's a little bit straighter than he would have liked. I think he would have preferred a much deeper angle on this red to come back down. Force this a little bit. Yeah. There's always going to be the problem there. By leaving himself too straight on that red before the one he just took. Couldn't find a deep enough angle to just naturally come down the table. Had to try and force it. Yeah, he's going to have to put his thinking cap on. Could go for the clearance if he takes this pot on. It's going to be forced into possibly taking a double at some point. Nathan can snick this across the rail to the top right hand corner. He's got no control over the white's going to be going, but it's certainly going to be favourable to land in a good position in the centre of the table somewhere, even if it does cannon another ball. It is a fine cut. The winning shot if it comes off, I think. Short from cannon and into a red. I don't think there's any other danger. Unless he can squeeze by. Again, so deceivable. On the screen, I didn't think he could get that at all. And this is the kind of angle I was talking about that he wanted earlier, just being high on the ball, just to naturally come down, looking there to make sure he's not going to snuck himself behind the yellow. I think at worst, he'll cannon the yellow. He was so worried about snooking himself behind the yellow. Took his eye totally off the pot. Tried to pinch a little bit possibly. Oh, one ball to concern yourself about, Eddie. opt to take that ball out now. Yellow to the left centre, off the top cushion. Nice gentle cannon. And I think that is pretty much it. I think Nathan's going to be kicking himself with that final red in the top right hand corner. You can only imagine the pressure that both the players are under at the moment. 9-all. So, barring any major twitches, any rushes of adrenaline, should be Eddie Roberts' game. Just needs to compose himself. 4 pots. Oh, dear, dear, dear. Commentator's curse. If Eddie's watching this back at any point, I can only apologise. You wouldn't have put money on him missing any of those remaining 4 balls. Well, what's happening here? Have we got more? Have we got more? So this black for the DRAGONBET Welsh Masters title going to Nathan Davis. And there it is. Oh, absolutely fantastic performance by both players. Couldn't ask for more. 10-9 in the final. Both players had an opportunity to finish. Unfortunately, there can only ever be one winner in these events, but there it is. Congratulations to both boys. I hope everybody's enjoyed the stream. Take care. And if you're watching it live, like I said several times, like, share, subscribe. And if you're watching it back, you can still do the same at any point. Subscribe to the channel. You'll get notifications when we are live next. Everybody take care. Have a great evening.